Okay, I'll give cut warnings.
Hello to everybody. I hope everybody's doing all right, and hope you had a great Christmas. Know if the sound is okay. The changed a lot of things on my sound, so I'm hoping it'll work all right. Kind of testing it out. Here doing a practice race here at eSENIORS, just playing around, working on a setup for the Bentley to see what kind of performance it has, because this has the they have the LFM DOP, so wanted to see what the kind of the difference is between just the regular and the LFM BOP. I know the weight, I think it's like 40 kilos or something like that, but I mean pretty high, but I don't know what that translates into performance. So hopefully you can hear me all right. Like I said, I changed a lot of settings on my microphone. On the basically, I have a Roland Bridgecast, and it's my mixer, and I changed a lot of stuff going off of some settings that people recommend. So I was trying to do that to improve the quality of how I sound. So hopefully that works. Thank you, James. Thanks for letting me know. If it goes out or anything, just let me know. Hopefully it won't. Maybe have a crackle once in a while, but hopefully, as far as me is considered, hopefully it'll be pretty clear. But yeah, basically, trying to mess around with the setup here for the Bentley. I mean, I know it's going to be down, especially with me, because I've only been working on the setup here for about 30-40 minutes. So just like I said, just playing around, just trying to have some fun. Haven't run the Bentley in a long time, so just trying to, you know, do something that can enjoy some good racing. Hey, how's it going, Mr. Buckley? Plus, it's just a practice race for eSENIORS, so, you know, they don't live stream this or anything like that. Yeah, they don't live stream it or anything, so I just figured I'd stream something. I haven't done anything in a while. Too much work and trying to get over being a little sick. Didn't miss any work, but it's tough working when you're, especially amount of hours when you're not feeling that good.
Pit exit. We have 11 minutes to get the job done. Clear left.
So haven't been driving a lot lately, to be honest. So let this guy go by. I don't know why he's waiting me to go by. I'm on an out lap, so I mean, I was just gonna stay behind him. I don't know. Like, okay, thank you. I was just gonna hang out there behind. I'm in the Boatley, so I'm in the land yacht. I love how this car looks, though. For a big car, it looks really good. It really isn't a huge car. I mean, it is a larger car, but really larger than anything else.
Okay, Steve, 10 minutes to go. That's 10 minutes left.
I mean, compared to like the M6 or something like that, I mean, just with all the stuff on it, I think it makes it look bigger. But I think it looks good. I got 3 models of this car, different liveries, so I really tells you how much I like it. Great sound, great engine. Big thing I think against the car is in real life it had a lot of maintenance. So
green flag in sector 2.
Can't miss the shift. So I think that's what kind of hurt it too, because I mean, you know, obviously they're trying to do this. You know, a lot of guys are paying for it. You know, they got to watch the financial part, and they want something more affordable. So I really think they did that. I think they went with, you know, go with like the BMW. I mean, it's a lot more affordable than the old M6 was. And I think the big thing against the Bentley is it's just, you know, a lot of maintenance involved with it. So made the car expensive to run. So unless you had factory support, you know, if you're just a team paying for it, it made it difficult.
New fastest lap for 2:17.93.
And I'm planning after the race, I'll probably maybe work on the setup a little bit more, see if we can get it finalized, and then maybe I'll start working on maybe the Porsche, because that's the main race tomorrow. That's what I'm going to be in tomorrow, is the Porsche. So I'm going to try to work on that setup some more to see if I can improve it.
Yellow flag, sector 2. Sector 2 is
So hope you
off the pace.
stay with me as long as you can.
2:19.92. Green flag, sector 2.
Also, if you have any, you know, requests or anything you want help with, mention it. See if we have time. See what we can do.
P8. Sector 3 is 0.5 off the pace.
Yeah, that was a crappy lap.
Yellow flag, sector 3.
Let's put some low fuel in it and go. Try that. Really not worried about where I qualify. Just
All clear on pit exit.
trying to worry about just getting the car to feel right and race right. Because then, you know, if the race is right, then, you know, you can move up and do decent in the race. So I'm not really care where I qualify at.
Incident in sector 3. Sector 3 is yellow.
No, I like the Nissan too. I've always liked the
Sector 3
GTR.
is now clear. Your tyres are cold, watch out.
Yeah, pretty much every time I come in, I've been making some pretty decent changes, trying to see if I can get the car to react.
All right, Steve, 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes left.
Of course, I don't drive much on the right-hand side either, so that's always something different.
Done up 219.82.
I'll probably have more track outs than I normally do. Just forget that you're on the right side of the car, not the left.
Incidents in sector 2, yellow flag. We think has gone off in Bruxelles. Green flag, sector 2. E10. Yellow flag in sector 2.
A little better.
Green flag in sector 2.
Hard to tell because the tires are still not up to temperatures.
You've got cold front tyres. Sector 1 is 0.6 off the pace.
Lost a lot of time there.
Incident in sector 3. Sector 3 is yellow. Green flag in sector 3. Incident in sector 2. Sector 2 is yellow. Sector 2 is 1.6 off the pace. Sector 2 is now green. That's 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. P11.
Braking way too late. That's hurting me. I'm losing probably 3/10 right there. Like going up a ruse really is timing. I mean, how fast you got to turn the wheel to bring it to that curb and things like that. Every car is different.
Sector 1 is 0.6 off the pace. Okay, Steve, you've got 10 minutes of fuel remaining.
That was better.
Incident in Sector 1, yellow flag. Green flag in Sector 1. Yellow flag, Sector 1. Green flag in Sector 1. Yellow flag. Incident clear, green flag. Sector 2 is now yellow. We can see.
Liner down.
Has crashed in, turn 9. Green flag, Sector 2.
That's better. Still a long way from the fast guys. Wow, 217 flat. That's going really good. Brian's doing good. He's lower 217s. Said, hope everybody had a Merry Christmas. Hopefully the new year is great for everybody. With a lot of good racing. The new year.
That's the end of the session. P9.
See what the tires look like. Don't look bad. Really good wear front to rear. I mean, it doesn't, you know, I'm hoping that helps later on in the stint. Check my mileage. Still use my fuel calculator from Joe Blow. That forever. Okay. $90 should be in near, should be plenty. Should be give me a little bit extra. So that should get me started. Yep.
Pit window opens after 5 minutes, 50 minutes. P9.
Don't really have time to do go look at Motec right now, so I'll just have to do that after the race. Yeah, I'm sure.
The track temp is 30. The air temp is 22 Celsius.
I'm sure I'll probably try that too. But it looks like. Bond's Ultimate. I'll probably check that out. I'm going to do anything major now, so. Go up in the rear one. Looking livery on the Aston Martin. I've seen that on Race Department. Yeah, I think I'm the only Bentley in here. So. You got Driscoll in a Ferrari. I thank you for joining me for the race, and if you can join me for anything after that, appreciate it. Just again, I haven't put too much out there recently, just been too busy working and trying to get over being sick. Got a big pretty big announcement also that I'll probably make while we're doing this, probably after the race. Something coming up that's be next week. So I hope you stay tuned for that. So again, just wanted to work on something a little bit different. Wanted to try to see if I can improve upon the Bentley. I just have a little setup for it, something fun to drive. I haven't really produced anything for the Bentley in a long time, and I still like the car. Also makes it really different. I mean, especially for me here in the U.S. I mean, since I drive, everything's on the left-hand side. It's the only car I've ever driven that's right-hand. So it took me a long time in the beginning when first driving. I mean, it took me a long time just to be able to drive it. But
Follow car number 260.
I don't want to lose that either. So yeah, I don't want to lose that. I want to be able to still keep driving it, even though I don't drive it that often. So it's kind of important too to keep doing that. You know, keep practicing once in a while. You know, I haven't driven it in so long. I know we're all definitely busy. I heard that. I know how that is. Wish I could do this and other stuff a lot more. Hey, do what you got to do. See if we can get a decent start.
Green. On your right. Still there. Hold your line. Still there. So you're right. Right side. Hold your line. Still clear right. Car right. Hold your line, clear right. Boudin is now in the lead. Well done, Steve. Good start.
Go. Seems like it just doesn't want to work real well until the tires come up to pressures.
Steve, come on, stay focused. Apexes and exits, apexes and exits. 6th place.
Gotta do better in this turn 1. That was good. Especially for the first lap.
The window opens in 2 minutes.
Ah, too deep.
Pit window open in 1 minute. Car left, clear left.
Better. Wish I could get to this BMW, get a little draft.
Alright Steve, pit window open. The gap to Nemeth behind is now 1.1. To Flens ahead is increasing. It's now 1.8.
That's better.
Fastest lap for Boudin, 2:17.50. That's your quickest lap in this session.
Little off there. Like Ponov and Bird are having a good battle up there for third.
Gap to Flens ahead is now 2.3.
They'd start mixing it up.
fastest lap for Boudin, 2:17.22.
A little too deep.
The gap to Nemeth behind us now, 2.1 seconds.
Missed it.
Pay attention to track limits, please, Steve.
Yeah. Gotta turn faster.
Gap to Flens ahead is now 1.9. The track temperature is decreasing. It's now 24 Celsius. B6.
Still a better lap if I wouldn't have gone out. Nah, it wasn't too good, but it's all right.
Gap to Nemeth behind is now 2.1.
Hold about the same gaps. Nobody's really moving in on anybody.
Gap to Flens in front is now 2.2 seconds. That lap time was 2:18.90.
That's better.
Okay, Steve, you've used half your fuel. To flares ahead is now 2.5.
Tires look good. Stay near my delta, so I think that's about all I can do.
Your lap time was 2:19.11. Lap times are pretty consistent. Keep it within the track limits.
Oh, dang it. It had to be close.
Yellow flag. Incident clear. Green flag.
Missed that a little bit. You got to cut that right really close so you don't run wide.
The gap to flares in front is now 2.1.
You made a mistake somewhere.
Of fuel remaining. Yellow flag. Green flag. The track temperature is falling. It's now 22 Celsius.
He's blowing his lines. Something. Come on.
Gap to Flens. Ahead is now 1.2 seconds.
Dang it.
He's pitting from P8. He should come out close in front of you.
Got hurt. I lost probably a tenth of a second there at least. Lost too much time. Don't like that much brake. Makes the back end too nervous.
The gap to Flens. Ahead is now 2.4. The leader, Boudin, is pitting. Murray is now leading.
Turning is not, that's where it needs more help on turning. Just not good on that turning part.
Okay, Steve, we estimate you've got 5 minutes of fuel remaining.
I'm in the pits.
The gap to Flens ahead is now 2.9. Alright Steve, we're halfway through. We estimate 3 minutes of fuel remaining. The leader, Flurry, is pitting. Bird is leading the race. Look out for the pit speed limit. When we exit the pits, we'll be in P11. Behind, Flens.
Alright. Temperature's going down.
Behind is pitting now. Clear left.
We're gonna add pressure. Dang. It's hard to do.
Air temperature's decreasing. It's now 18 Celsius.
Fitting. All right, for my right side driving, I remember to where my box is. Hey Warren, thank you. Hope you did too. Thank you, Hey Jeb Blow.
Gallagher is pitting from position 11. Looks like he'll come out just in front of you. Your exit is clear. Watch the white line. Bird is pitting. Oh no. He's leading the race.
That's gonna be tough now. Jumped a spot, but I know he's gonna be all over me.
The track temperature's decreasing. It's now 20 Celsius.
Oh, there's Derek up there, way up ahead.
one. It looks like he'll come out just behind you. The leader,
Oh no.
is pitting. Stay on it, keep digging. 20 minutes remaining, you've got 20 minutes left. The gap to Flens behind is now 1.5. Fastest lap for Boudin, 2:17.15. Boudin is now in the lead, P5.
That's my personal best in the Bentley.
Okay, Steve,
dang it!
Just cut the track. The guy
That
in
was
front
close. I don't think I can catch Ponov, but I'll just keep pushing.
The gap to Flens behind is now 1.1 seconds. Tires are cold.
Dang, I even raised them up a bunch.
Car left, clear left. Steve. Keep it nice and smooth. Come on, let the race come to us. 15 minutes left. That's 15 minutes.
Knew it. Dang it.
Warned about track limits.
Had a good lap going too.
The track temperature's decreasing. It's now 18 Celsius. Okay, Steve, you're reeling. In. The gap's now 1.7 seconds. The gap to Flens behind is now 1.3 seconds.
Close, front and rear. Tires look okay. Hey everybody.
P5.
Too aggressive.
Flens is getting closer. The gap's now
Yeah,
1.9.
closing
It's
in.
faster than you entering Bruxelles. 10 minutes left, 10 minutes to go. Keep digging, this isn't over yet. Okay,
Ouch.
Steve, run out of track limits.
That
Keep
hurt.
between the lines.
Got one more to give. That's the problem. This car just, I knew I was going to have a problem with that today. There's no turn-in. This car has got no turn-in.
Stick to the plan, don't be intimidated here.
I lost all my time through there. Had a good lap going too.
The pit window closes in 2 minutes.
Oh, I tell you, this thing is awful in turn one. You gotta turn way earlier than I want to make it. Boy, he went up there good that time.
Car left. He's still there. Clear left. Come on, Steve. Don't let him get away. Right, the guy ahead of us is Flens.
Good pass.
Pit window closing in 1 minute. Just cut the track. Your tyre temperatures look good. Relax. P6, focus, keep it smooth. 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes left. Pit window is now closed. Okay Steve, 10 minutes of fuel remaining. P6. Stewards have warned us about track limits. Keep it between the lines.
That was close.
Your front tyres are cold.
Dang it.
Air temp's falling. It's now 16 Celsius. The gap to Flens in front is now 1.0.
Good race.
Track temperature's decreasing. It's now 16 Celsius. Two minutes to go. 2 minutes.
I don't want to go out, so I'm going to have to be more careful. We only got another lap anyway, so I'm just going to try to dial it down a little bit so I can finish. Could be one more to go.
one more lap to go.
All right, let's say a good race.
6th place. Okay, it's over. Well done, mate. Good finish.
Congrats to the podium. I said that's all I had. I just couldn't hold on. Whew. Had to work for that. But yeah, he just had a good run on that one pass and just went right by me. So nothing I could do about it. But it was fun. Again, real happy with, the Bentley wasn't bad. I still think it has more in it. It definitely improve every time I come out here. That. Save the replay. What my fastest lap was. I know it was in the 218s, but that's no. 218.79 was my fastest lap, but I mean, I don't know how many times I had a mid 218 in my Delta, but just couldn't pull it through. So a lot of it is the turning. That's one thing I did notice on this is the weak point of this car is just the turn in. If I could get the car to turn in faster, better, I could gain some time for sure. It just wasn't turning in and reacting like I need it to. I mean, I know the car's a long car or a bigger car, but usually, really for what it is, the Bentley still reacts pretty quick. But I need it to be faster on the turn-in part. It was fine after middle off. It was fine, but it just needs more turn-in. Hey, Greg. Yeah, put the engine in the back. That's what it needs. Yeah, I mean, it definitely needs more turn-in. I mean, it's just, unfortunately, that's a turn one. It was killing me. And of course that makes up everything all the way up, you know, all the way down the straightaway. So I hope everybody can hear me okay. Like I said in the beginning, I adjusted my microphone. Yeah, I struggle on the right side. I don't know. I mean, you know, it's the only car that is like that here in you know, in ACC, and I don't drive on the left or on the right. I mean, I don't drive on the right. Like I said, hopefully the sound is okay. If everybody's hearing me all right. Check out the start. At least it was a good start. You know, I moved up a few positions. And I started 8th. Okay, thank you, Greg. Greg, thank you. Like I said, I made a lot of microphone adjustments, so hopefully it sounds better on the other end. Tough when you're not an IT person or an audio man, trying to figure out all this stuff, trying to get it to things that, you know, they don't plug and play. You got to make all kinds of adjustments. Chrome wheels. Oh my goodness. No. No, 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 no. I don't do chrome. The only chrome I like is on a semi-truck. That's about it. Even some trucks, I don't even want it on that. I thought it was a really good start. I mean, clean start, really, that I could see. I know the field isn't huge, but I mean, I thought it was overall a good, clean start. Hopefully we can have that tomorrow. Much faster. I guess I like that mean look, that dark, mean look. I mean, that's why I guess it's so important with staying with mainly the same car, I guess. I mean, I know that's always an advantage. The longer you stay with the same car, you really get to know its little tidbits as far as little things here and there, and you just get to know it, and you drive better. You drive better with it, which I haven't driven the Bentley in a long time. So again, I'm really happy with how it came out. I mean, I haven't driven it. I can't even remember when. So really happy with how the car performed. I ran faster than my personal best in it, in the Bentley. So that's a good thing, because that's probably from a long time ago, and when the different update. So turn one, I just feel like I'm going so slow through there. I'm just crawling, and everybody's gaining so much time on me, because you need to be able for the car to turn in and just roll right through turn one and keep the momentum. Instead, the car is just like going so slow. Speed ain't real great either. I mean, it's got 166. Maybe you could do 167. But that's about all. That's not bad, but I didn't hear about a new Bentley. Like I said, I haven't heard about any new Bentley coming to GT3 racing. They're about one of the only cars that aren't coming. I mean, as far as the new Aston Martin, that's going to be like an Evo version. So that's going to be, pretty much the same thing, just improved aero and stuff like that. I mean, as far as I know, I don't really think it's an all new GT3 car, but we'll see. But I mean, that's a new car. A lot of new GT3 cars in the wings. I mean, I know that. I already got an Evo version of the BMW that's coming out, I think, in another year. Obviously, the new Corvette, the new Mustang. I mean, you got a new AMG in 2025. That'll be a completely new car. That's not going to be. They already had the one Evo now, but they're going to have a completely new car in 2025. Oh, it's just. I mean, they're just lined up, one after another. He goes here to turn one, and I'm in first. I'm just look how slow it's just going. It's just not turning in how I need it to turn in, where I can carry speed through there. And of course, that makes a difference all the way through here. That goes up a Rouge all right, but again, it needs turn in there too because it's wanting to drift out a little bit. Still about 166. So well, that's why it's my favorite racing, because it's got more manufacturers in there than any other that I know of. I mean, and the whole idea is they'll all be competitive. I mean, that's why I know BOP's a double-bladed sword. You got, it's great, but on the other hand, if it's not right, it can be real bad too. But it's one of those things where I like to have all the cars be as competitive to each other as they can, but the big thing is they're always going to have an advantage. I mean, if you have a longer wheelbase car to a shorter wheelbase car, you have different gear ratios, and of course, I think that's a good thing. They don't change them. I mean, gear ratios are locked in, and that might give one circuit an advantage, but give another circuit a disadvantage. So again, it depends what they're trying to go for. Are they trying to go for more of the shorter to medium tracks? Or are they going for more like, the longer tracks like Monza or Paul Ricard or Spa or whatever? I mean, there's just a lot of, there's a lot of different ways you can attack it. And I really like the rules. I really like the way they have it with locked in gears. And of course, I understand these cars got so much technology in them. It's crazy, but I mean, they're still as close as you're going to get as far as a car that's on the street. It's GT brother, on the street. I mean, there's still a huge amount of difference, obviously, but I mean, it's still the chassis and things like that are the same. The engine is the same, things like that. So that's what I like. Ford has got some good things that they've come out with, which is super awesome. They have a part 1 and a part 2 on the Mustang of what they've been doing as far as getting it ready for the new for its debut. And it's highly recommend watching it. It's really interesting if you like the technical end of it. It's really, really cool. They really talk about all the things they're doing, especially since it's going to be in Europe and in the U.S., and with their manufacturing and how they're doing it. It's just really, really cool. I can't wait till the next one comes out. So that's very, very, very interesting. Well, yeah, fast guys will always win. I mean, but just like this. I mean, you look at me here in the Bentley. I could have picked a couple other cars that I would have definitely finished up farther up. There's no question. I mean, there's not even if, ands, or buts. I mean, the other day, and earlier in the week, I ran the AMG and finished second behind Sylvan, you know, and almost won. So, I mean, and that's the AMG, which I haven't driven since, you know, a long time. So, again, you know, and I know the Porsche or the Ferrari that I've been driving more recently, I would have been up there in probably on the podium, top 3. So, again, if car makes a big difference. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, car still, again, every car is going to have an advantage or disadvantage, no matter the BOP, especially this BOP, because the BOP in LFM doesn't affect power. It just weight. That's all they can do is the weight. So it's not going to adjust the power of one car or another car. The only way they do that is an ACC. So all they can adjust is weight, which helps. It definitely helps. You know, I mean, but it's not going to be as close as they can be. But it's still a fast guy. He's still always going to be fast to a certain extent. But like I said, I mean, even with the BOP, you're still going to have differences in the cars. I mean, there's still going to be differences. You know, unless you put crazy amount of different weight or whatever, you're going to have to. There's always going to be. You know, differences, just like you saw with that BMW. I think the big thing with the BMW is better on tires than the Bentley is. So what happens is you start getting farther and farther in a stint, and I start slipping off a little bit, and he just keeps going, especially the BMW, because it's really good on tires. So, and that's where they try to make up a lot of ground, is not just a one fast lap, but being fast through a whole thing, you know, through a whole fuel load, which is really tough. I mean, that's really hard to do with cars, since the weight changes when the fuel comes off and things like that. Yeah, knowing how to set up the car, that's what I keep trying to do. And that's where, you know, sticking with one certain car obviously does, you know, it get a little bit more. I mean, I've been driving the Porsche a lot, not in leagues, but I do in Pan Am. I don't know if if anybody's seen that, but I haven't done too bad in that. And I'm going to be driving the Porsche this year, in this upcoming season. And the reason I'm doing that is that way I'm trying to be with just one car in both leagues and see if I can improve my driving with that car to basically, you know, have better results. Even though, again, the cars, it's still, you know, it's not the fastest car, but I like driving it. And I just want to see if I can improve my driving with it and improve the performance of the car. At least that's the goal, anyway. See what my time was before is a 218.84, so I beat that by a little bit because I had a 218.79 or something, so just barely beat it, but still, that was a long time ago I did that. And like I said, I had a lot faster in the box. If I could have pulled it through, I could have had a couple mid 218s. So what we'll do, grab a hold of this. I really think the car is really, really good. It just needs more turn-in. So I already got a lot of toe in on. I got a lot of negative toe. That helps turn-in. I already got a good amount. So it needs more. I'll go up one more on the rear. Again, that'll help with the turn-in also. But again, it comes up as the fuel comes off. See, it comes up just with 55 liters. You go down to near empty. It comes up 1 in the back. I want to go over the Motec and see. getting better, but it still needs to. I've been making improvements on it every time, trying to get it closer and closer. Try to bring this down. This can come up. Really, this needs to come down, and this needs to go up. Again, not real bad. Obviously, you know, if you raise the front, it's going to slow the turn in. So we really don't want to do that. That's why I went ahead and raised the rear. Oh yeah, my announcement. If you all want to hear, my announcement is in another week. I hope everybody join me. I have to get the date, which I will probably post. I got to double check it. It is next Saturday at 9 a.m. I think it's 9 or 9:30. Not tomorrow, but the following Saturday. I think it's January 5th, I think, or 6th or something like that. I am doing a 6-hour endurance race with Chris Moses at Mount Panorama. So if anybody, I will be streaming it. I'm sure he will be too, but I mean, I will stream it too. And of course, we are going to be in the Ferrari. That's what Chris likes. So he's the lead driver, and we're going to see what we can do. It's in I forget the name of the association, but I don't know how big a race it's going to be, but yeah, he signed us up, and basically, like I said, it's going to be 6 hours at Mount Panorama. I hope you can join us, but it's going to be next Saturday. So, and like I said, it's like 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, I think. So probably what I'll do is I will probably do that, and then he'll probably do the last stint or two or something like that. So if I have the race for eSENIORS, I can jump off of that and jump over to the eSENIORS race. So again, which is the first race is at Barcelona. So for season 11. So again, you know, we're gonna work something out. He already said we'd do something because he's gonna, you know, we can you know, he'll probably start, and then I can do so much, and then he can pick up, and then we can, you know, swap back and forth, but then he can do the last hour or two or something like that. We can figure it out to where I can still go and do my race at eSENIORS. So that'll be interesting because I don't know how big the field is. I'll have more information, but yeah, I just thought it'd be kind of different with Chris, you know, Chris Moses and me, and you know, we all know that he's very capable and, you know, very fast. So hopefully, of course, Mount Panorama is one of my favorite places. So hopefully, I can do well there in the Ferrari. So I love that place. So, you know, it's a good track. You know, he does really well there also. So I mean, I'm hoping between the two of us, you know, it's obviously Mount Panorama, so I mean anything can happen. But I mean, hopefully we can have a good race and have a good finish. So, I mean, I don't know the league or association you want to call it, that I never raced in there, so I don't know anything about it. But you know, hey, it's always the first time for everything. So you know, just like Pan Am or eSENIORS, I haven't. You know, you got to start somewhere. So hopefully we can have some fun. So that's the announcement. I'll try to put some more information out there as the week goes, especially as when I get done with the race tomorrow. Maybe I'll get some more information on exactly what time. I know it's 9 or 9:30, but I'll nail down a few things. And because I will be doing the race tomorrow. Here is the 50-minute race, just like it was here, the practice race, but it's more of the official BOP race for the LFM, and I'm sure so there'll be a big field. I'm sure there'll probably be at least 30 cars, probably at least 25 to 30 cars at least. And like I said, I might try to run the Porsche. So I want to see if what I can do, because since I'm going to be running that anyway for, you know, both tracks, not both tracks, but I mean both series, you know, both in Pan Am and in eSENIORS, I just figured I'd probably start running it anyway. The only thing we could do here is we can go up to a -3 on the toe. I mean, that's something else we can try, but I'm afraid it's going to start wearing the tires bad. So again, I really don't want to do that. And this is starting to calm down rear end. Give it a little bit more sway bar. That'll help it at all. Of course,
air and track temperatures are rising. Air temp is now 22. The track temp is now 22.
Do some laps in this and see what we got real quick. Hopefully this should make it a lot better. I just want to double check it. And of course, I will put the link to this setup
Exit looks clear
in the description of this video. Of course, all my setups are free. And of course, it'll be on my Discord also. All the setups on there are free. Again, I hope everybody had a Merry Christmas. Hope everybody has a great New Year also. And be safe.
Your tires are cold, watch out.
Especially if you're out there in the traveling or anything. It's absolutely crazy. And I do it every day, so I'm sure everybody knows. I mean, that's what I do for a living. I drive a semi-truck for a living. So I do a lot of hours, a lot of driving. I got a dedicated run that sometimes it gets changed a little bit, but I'm pretty much, I have a dedicated run that I picked that I do every single week. I go basically from northern Georgia around to all the way out to Virginia, and and then I also go out there by Talladega, Alabama, out there where the NASCAR track is. I'm out that way too. So I go different places. People driving are absolutely insane. That's another thing. Going through Rouge, you got if it doesn't react right, it'll run. You'll end up going out of bounds. The car is just not going up through there right. Car are so much different than the Porsche. Talk about two ends of each end of the stick. I mean, it does feel a little better. It feels like it's turning better.
Sector 3 is 0.35 off your best.
If we get a decent lap in.
Sector 2 time is okay.
Yeah, much better. At the same time.
Off your best.
And that doesn't even have the LFM BOP. Hit it too hard. I messed up that first sector, and I'm still almost on right on my delta. So one more lap, see if I can do any better.
You're now 0.16 off your best. Sector 1 is a tenth off your best. Your sector 2 time is quick. Sector 3 is a tenth off your best.
Not great, but okay.
Sector 1 time is good.
Ow, messed that up. Dang it. It
Alright, Steve.
snapped on me.
Watch the track limits.
See what it does this first beginning. Again, it was okay, but could have been better. Good enough. Don Queen lives near Atlanta, so do I. So I live up in the mountains. Really not near, I mean, it's kind of close. It's still like an hour and a half away from Atlanta. So I guess it's not really close, but I'd rather not be near Atlanta. Farther away from Atlanta, the better. Oh shoot, that was on the same tire. That was on the same tire as that wasn't even a new tire. I went back out on the old tire. It still ran my fastest lap. thought I went out before that, but maybe I did. Maybe I was just the only run. Let's go down one here. I think it's sliding a little bit in the rear, so let's take out some spring in the back. Take out some sway bar too. Just, again, I don't want the back end getting too loose. I think I'll take this up to 3. That'll help to turn in even more. So I'll do that for the Otec again. That was the only one. Almost as fast as what I did in the race. So again, that's good because I don't have I got the extra weight and without the LFM BOP. Let's put that back. Bring that down a little bit. Little high. Okay. Again, I think this is where it starts, the bump stop and the shock starts getting messed up. When you see something like this, it's usually when it starts to, something's off. So I probably increase the bump stop range. Try to get this to come back down. Up a little bit. Bring the range up a little bit so the bump stop's not hitting as hard. How you doing, Larry? Nice to see you. Hope you had a great Christmas. Yeah, I just did a race with the Bentley. They had a practice race in eSENIORS. So I just did that and finished 6th. Not bad. I mean, ran a 2:18.7.9 or something like that. So almost ran the same speed. And they have the LFM BOP in that. So that's why I was just messing around, just having some fun. I haven't driven the Bentley in a while. So if I can, I'm basically running the same here with that. I should run quicker, which in the LFM part. I mean, if LFM BOP, it's like, I think it's like 40 kilos lighter or something like that. I'm not sure. I think it's 40, or I think it's right to the max. It's 40 or 45 or something like that. And just working on it just to make some few little minor adjustments to make it a little better. It turn in is off, so I think made a few little adjustments. So I'm thinking it'll help on the turn in. But, you know, again, you don't want the car to slide, so that's why I try to back off also on the springs in the rear, because the spring in the rear is pushing on the front. Okay, so 'cause if you have more spring in the rear than the front, obviously it's going to push the weight to the front. And what happens is if the car has that slide, like especially from the beginning through the middle of the corner, it just feels like the back end is not even connected. It feels like the back end's just sliding. Then you usually got too much spring in the rear. That's a lot. It could be a lot of it. So it feels a little bit that way. So I just took one click out just to try to take some of that spring out, and I took a click of sway bar out also, because I did add one in, so I just put it back to where it was. I mean, I added one in, so I just took it back out. So I think this is really good here. Again, I think it's, you know, there's always improvements. And again, I increased the toe to -3 because you see the tire wear is, you know, it's worn down, you know, past the qualifying rubber, and it's not even light graining or nothing. I mean, it's fine. So I'll go ahead and just, you know, go from 0.25 to 0.3. That will definitely help turn in, and that's where the car needs it the worst, is the turn in part. So that, I think, will make this a really good setup. You know, I mean, I think it's capable of running mid 218s race pace. So, you know, I think it's, you know, isn't bad. I mean, that's at least for LFM. I mean, I don't know if I could do that in just regular ACC, but probably high 218s I could run. Look at just one lap, replay. Are you a bad boy, Larry? Not allowed back on LFM? Being naughty, huh? .166, the same as it was in the race. So... yeah, a little loose there. Again, not a perfect lap. When would you use a higher preload? So I assume you're talking about the diff. I would use a higher preload if the car felt like it was spinning one tire, you know, through the corner or coming off the corner. If the car felt like it was, you know, if you see the car, the TC coming in the gauging a lot because the car's spinning a tire, I would add more diff. the problem, I'll tell you another thing. The problem with lower diff is it makes it's easier to be inconsistent. So because one lap, because you got to have a lot better throttle control. Because let's say like me especially, I love to get on the gas really early. Okay, so I mean, and you can see that with any car I drive, I like to get on the gas as soon as possible. And almost try to get the car to rotate by the gas. That's how I like to drive. Because then you're on the throttle, you're accelerating. So if you have one tire wanting to, since it's not locked up and it's wanting to spin, it's going to cause the car to where you might have to lift, or you're going to be counter steering. You're going to be doing all kinds of stuff. Where if you got the diff where it's locking up faster, it's not going to do that. It's going to, it might, and that's where you got to get the TC and the diff and all these things, try to get it lined up. So when the diff is locking up and the car is rotating at a controllable rate, that's what you're looking for. So when you're getting on the gas, the car's rotating, controllable, and you're on the gas and you're accelerating, going through the corner, coming off the corner without having to sit there and take the wheel and go back and forth and go crazy with it. So that's where the diff comes in. I mean, now on the flip side, let's say you have some of these long corners. Let's say that long corner here at Spa, where you have a long corner. If the car is pushing, like in that middle of that corner, you got two ways of doing that. A lot of times you got to either take diff out, because what they're doing is the diff's locking up and it's driving the car, it's making it understeer and pushing it, or you got to put more sway bar to it. So, and a lot of times the diff, I like to run less diff if you have a lot of corners like chicanes, because the car's changing directions very fast. Okay, so if you're taking a car and you're just doing a tight turn and that's it, you can run maybe a little bit more diff because you want the diff to lock up quick. But let's say you have, where you're doing a lot of like the Suzuka, where you're turning left and then you're turning right and then you're turning left and then you're turning right, and you got all these turns and you're constantly changing directions. Well, you might have to run the diff a lot less there, because the diff is, you don't want it to lock up, because every time it locks up, it's going to be sitting there trying to get the car. It's going to upset the car. So again, a lot of that is to the track layout. If you have a track that doesn't have many chicanes, then maybe more diff is not so bad. If you have a track that changes directions a lot or has a lot of chicanes, you might run a little less diff, because you want the car to be able to rotate through there easier. On the front, I mean, the sway bar on the front, again, I mean, that's a lot of it just looking at the car to see if the car is pitching over on one corner over another real bad. I mean, if it moves a teeny bit, that's not so bad, but you really want it to stay pretty flat. So, I mean, if you put too much sway bar in the front, then what happens, it'll understeer also. So again, it's trying to find that balance between front and rear of trying to, and the only way you can do that is doing laps. I mean, and each car is different. Each car is, you can maybe have some setups that are pretty close, but really to get the real, the performance out of it, you really got to dial it in for that track and that car. Some cars are more even for every track. Others aren't. So again, it's, you might have one car that for most tracks, the setups aren't too different. I mean, they're pretty close. The setups are pretty close. Where you got other tracks that, they're pretty different. So, another car complete, we're at one track to another, it's really not, you change it a lot. Oh yeah, it's definitely a lot to understand. And sometimes, like I said, I mean, the only way to try it is, even if you think, okay, this is definitely what it is, and this is gonna fix it, you might go out, and this is the problem, is it'll fix what you're wanting it to fix, but then it causes another problem somewhere else. So again, it's like the dog chasing its tail. You're really you got to always try to compromise and trying to find, where it's good everywhere. Or maybe there's one part of the track where it's a great passing area, right? and you want to concentrate on that spot, because the other parts of the track is going to be harder to pass anyway. So if somebody's behind you, it's going to be really hard for them to get around you. But if you concentrate in this one sector where the car is just killer there, well, that means if you're with somebody else, you've got a good chance of getting around them, because your car is just going to handle like rail through there. And then you can make a pass. Where in other parts of the track, it might not matter because nobody can it's a one line anyway. So again, I will leave the setup to this in the description, link to the setup in the description for the Bentley. I know there's not a lot of love for the Bentley, but again, I just try to do something once in a while with it. Of course, I have my test car that I have for my Porsche. And this is the car I'm going to run delivery that Nico did for me. This is the car I'm running in eSENIORS. Hopefully the delivery will work as far as everybody else can see it. I think it looks really nice, something a little different, just try to change it up. And of course, this is the one that I had Mario do, and this is what I use in Pan Am, which I think I really like too. So that way I'm going to use two different liveries for different, same car, but two different liveries. Now you can see my fast lap here is a 217.91 in the Porsche. That's not my overall fastest. That's just the fastest in the Porsche. Problem is I really think that's
the track temp is 22. The air temp is 22 Celsius.
Pretty maxed out. I don't think that without changing the setup completely, I don't think I can do anything else with it. That's a problem. So again, I think it's a really good setup, but unfortunately, I don't really think that. I think that time-wise, that's about it. Of course, a lot different than the Bentley. Lot different. And still trying some stuff that I need to try. The race for this is tomorrow, and really need to have a little bit better pace. Of course, the problem with this is the car's slow on the straightaway. But I just don't worry about it. I mean, you got to go where the car's strengths are. You can't run a race trying to run up against somebody else's strengths. You got to run to what the car can do. Take advantage of what its strengths are, not try to make it something that it isn't. So again, I want to try something if I have time. I want to try to see if I can work on something to change it up. But so far, and you can see I trying some different stuff with the bump stop range on the rear, because we all know the Porsche, something's messed. I still don't understand why it bounces, and I'm trying to get this car to settle more in the back of the car. It's mainly in the rear. So I mean, I was trying some different things, and it seemed to settle it down a little bit. So with the bump stop range is 0, but you know, the negative of that is it might wear the rear tire more. So again, and that's what I don't want, because that's one of the negatives of the Porsche is the pace isn't too bad, but then you get to that last 5-10 minutes of the stint and the car just starts falling off because the rear tires just go away. So again, I got to try to optimize that to make it not as bad. Of course, now, you know, obviously the race tomorrow is as a LFM BOP. So, you know, we'll see how it does with that. But of course, the season coming up in eSENIORS, a lot of tracks are the shorter tracks. So again, I'm hoping the Porsche will be a little bit stronger there because speed isn't a big deal. I mean, you know, you're at Brands Hatch, you're at Silverstone, you're at Centerton. You're at all these tracks that really speed is irrelevant. So that's another reason why I'm going with the Porsche. So, I mean, yeah, I think we have a race here at Spa too, and things like that, but there's not too many fast places. Yeah, I liked it soft too. And I know that's the way everybody else run. A lot of people run stuff soft, but I'm actually kind of going. I guess I'm an oddball. I'm running things more stiff, and especially the Porsche, because the Porsche is so aero dependent. If the car is soft and moving around, you're going to lose your aero, and then it'll make the car oversteer. It'll make the car do crazy things because the Porsche is probably one of the most rigid cars, or it needs to be rigid, because with the aero of the car and the way where the motor is and all that, the car, to stay its balance, you got to keep it pretty flat. So I rather be stiffer than softer. So I've tried soft, but it doesn't get the time, and I go what the car tells me. If I gain time, then that's the way I go. If it gets faster, that's the way I go. And I mean in lap times. I don't mean in speed. And on a straightaway, that's really totally irrelevant. I mean, it does have some judgment there, but I mean, it's not going to be, you know, I'd rather go for fastest time or way the car feels and speed. So let's get a baseline time. Don't want to do that. Gotta change my wheelbase. I have another wheelbase to try. That's something else that I have to do in this coming year. Bought a different wheelbase I'm basically going to do it to compare. I'm really happy with this Invicta. So anybody that looking for a wheelbase, any of these Asetec bases to me are really, really great. I mean, I got the Invicta, but I know the other ones are really good as well. So I can't recommend them enough, but I want to try another one also. So I got another base that I want to get set up here and try it out coming up this next year and compare it.
Its exit is clear. Don't
See
cross the line.
if I like it. Maybe I might like it more. You don't know. So we saw the Bentley. The Bentley went 166 down the straightaway. Almost 167, but 166 solid. I think the Ferrari does 167 solid. At least on my setup it does. So again, it's a byproduct. I mean, I do keep an eye on it, but it's not like it's going to determine what I do or don't do. And if I can get the speed and it still handle good and the car's faster all around, then yeah, I'll do that. But I'm not going to do that just so and then be slower as far as lap times. I'm going to get used to the steering of this thing now compared to the Bentley. You just think about the steering on this and it turns. With the Bentley, it's got to think about it for a minute. Whoa. See what I'm saying, man? I'm used to the Bentley.
Limits. This light will be deleted.
Man, I just breathed on the steering wheel and this thing turned. Yeah, it feels really good through there. Yeah, it turns so good. I can do better through there. I might have to slow down the steering of this thing. Wow, this thing, I mean, I'm barely even touching the wheel. It really goes through there good.
That's your quickest lap in this
Better.
session. That lap was a 2:18.44.
Still bouncing a little bit. Probably that bump stop range in the rear.
Sector 2 time is okay. That's your first lap in this
Better.
session. That lap was a 2:18.18.
So, not bad, but again, it's
Yellow flag.
needs to be faster. Faster, faster. Now, I set every car to its own rotation. So I don't have it at just one rotation and everything does the same. No, I mean that's why I have to change whatever when I'm in a car. I have to change my setting on my base to match that car. So because every one is a little different. Well, most of them are different. There's a few that are about the same, but most of them are different. So, I mean, here you can change this. Like here, I could probably go up one more click here on the steering ratio. So that'll slow the steering down. So you go up one more click, that'll just, it'll slow it down. So again, I'll try that. And I'll take one click out of the spring in the rear because again the rear feels just a little slidey. Tire wear is good. I mean, it's good all the way around. See any bad thing there? Yeah, I've done that forever. I don't have anything on my end game, so we'll go. I'll go show you. I got road effects on at 10, but everything's at 0. Look at my steering lock; it's at 0. Gain is 50. Dampening is at 50. I put road effects in there to give me a little bit extra road effects, but that's about it. You see, steering lock is nothing. Again, I really truly believe that this software here is mainly for wheels that don't have that adjustment. There are wheels out there that you cannot adjust different things. So then it relies on this software for your steering and your damper and your force and your dynamic dampening and all these other things. But most of the wheels that has its own software, I don't really think. I think this is an add-on, but it goes off the software of your wheel primarily, and that's why you can run this at 0. You run it whatever you want; it doesn't do anything. It runs off the software that you have set on the base. Now, again, I did do that for that reason because there's so many different wheels out there. You got a lot of older wheels that don't have any kind of adjustment for the wheelbase. They just plug and play, and maybe they have software, but there's nothing that you can't adjust any of that stuff. So then you have the software in the game, and that's what the wheelbase runs off of. But most of the wheels, Fanatec, SemiCube, all these different ones, Asetec like I have, they got their own software, and I think it primarily runs off of that. At least that's what I've seen, because you can change stuff and it doesn't do anything as far as the steering ratio anyway. Now the problem is like I said, we got to find pace. I mean, the car, I think I could run low. I could run this pace here all day. I could run, till the tires wore out. I could run 218 O's, 218 teens, 20s, but that's not fast enough. That's not gonna do it. So, you see the tire wear is okay, but again, compared to the Bentley, you can see that it's wearing the rears faster than what the Bentley was. So, and that's always an issue that you're fighting with the Porsche. So, the next thing is, what do we do to get it faster? That's the big question. So, I have another setup where this is the other setup I was kind of working on. You have to go down to like an 8 wing to get any kind of speed difference at all between that and a 12 wing. You got to go all the way down to an 8. So let's try that. I'm going to go up a couple in the front. Try some basic things just to see if it helps. Down to 0. Okay, let's try this. See if what this does. Now, did you see that? You see how the car... I watch this. This is stuff that I watch. I watch how it comes off the jack. See how it came off? So, again... See how the back bounces? So again, I'm always trying to see if I can get that to be a little bit better. It shouldn't bounce like, you know, it shouldn't bounce a couple times. It should bounce, and that's it, once. Let's look at the replay to see what the speed is. Yeah, 214. That's out of my reach. I've never even seen anybody run that fast. The fastest I've ever seen anybody run is 216s. .165. So see, it's a mile an hour down at least, 1 to 1.5 down, or 2 down on the Ferrari. So it's definitely down. More than that to the McLaren. Ridiculous amount down to the McLaren. But the thing is, no matter what you do, you can't get the speed up. It's just not gonna. If you run like hardly any wing, then the car is gonna be an absolute atrocious everywhere except the straightaway. So you got to look at it the other way. You got to just not try to get the car to handle the best you can and be strong that way. Oh yeah, might have been crew chief. He gets some messed up sometimes. All right, well, let's see what it does here. Yeah, I've tried a lower wing. Yeah, I've tried that. But again, you know, you got to be careful with softer suspension, because if the car moves around, it's just can't. The Porsche can't do that, especially if you don't have a downforce. If you don't have the downforce because of the wing and everything else, it's going to make it even looser. It's going to make the car to where you get into a corner, it's because you're going to wreck. You're gonna tiptoe like you're in the rain.
Cold tires all around.
Yeah, it's already feels loose already. And another thing, bad thing about really soft suspensions, you got to watch it. I mean, it's nothing. You got to find what works. But the bad thing about soft suspension is then what happens is the tires get wore out, and if you prematurely wear the tires out, then you might be fast for like a qualifying or for a few laps, but then you burn the tires up because tires lose their grip, and then you're out to lunch. Then you're just bait. And really, you know, setting that stuff up soft is really more like what it was in 1.8. You know, everybody was soft, everything was soft, and they changed all the physics for the 1.9. So it's really, you know, really, I've been finding more speed going stiffer than soft. Especially with the Porsche. And that's mainly, I think, because the car doesn't like to be you get the aero balance off when you get really soft.
Tyre temperatures look good. Sector 1 time's okay.
On tires. It's just understeering. It's just understeering like crazy.
Okay, Steve, we need to watch these track limits.
See if we can do any better.
Sector 1's quick.
Oh, come on. You know, it's running wide everywhere.
Will be deleted.
That was better. You gain time here in the first sector, but then you lose it in the last sector. Lost it all. Still running slower.
0.32 off your best. Sectors 1 and 3 are fast. Sector 2 is 0.42, slower than your best.
Yeah. You can't run, not on the, you can run, the gain, you can run 100% on weaker wheels, like some of the Logitechs and things like that. You can run 100% gain, but you can't do that any of these big direct drives. You can't do that. You'll be clipping like crazy. Plus, it would be so hard to turn, you wouldn't be able to turn the wheel. So you would be clipping, and it would just, yeah. And you don't want it to clip. And I can show you what that is. As far as you you got the gauge down there on the right-hand corner, bottom right-hand corner, that shows if you're clipping or not. That it turns red. If it turns red just a teeny bit, you're fine. But if it turns red a lot, then yeah, you're clipping too hard, and that means you're losing your force feedback. You're not getting, it's overloading it. So and I got the Invicta wheelbase, so it's got the highest torque of just about any wheelbase you can get. But again, you don't need to use that much gain unless you have the gain is like a multiplier. So basically, that's what it's doing. So you don't need it when you have a stronger wheelbase. It's mainly for, like I said, the older wheelbases. They're not direct drive. The other kinds of stuff. Then you got to run the gain higher, get the feeling. And I'm determined just to keep improving with the Porsche. I mean, even though it's not the fastest, that's okay. I mean, that's okay. I mean, I enjoy driving it. And some cars just fit people better, and I think the Porsche has always fit me better. I do like the way it used to drive better. In the old update, I love the way the car felt. You can really feel the front end of the car. Now to me, it drives more like a mid-engine car now. It doesn't drive like the old Porsche, or like the old update when the Porsches were, but it drives more like kind of like a mid-engine car. You know, kind of closer to what the Honda or the Audi, something similar to that. You set it up accordingly because it's basically you set it up the same kind of way. But yeah, it needs more. I think it needs less this because that's something to try. I knock this down. I'll put a lot less. I'll cut the diff down in half, and because that's what it feels like. It feels like middle of the corner. It's really running wide, and the diff might be doing that, locking up and turning it. So we could change that to see if that helps. Lower the front, just one click. Get a little bit more front end grip. Tire wear looks about the same. Look at that, same as the other. Exactly. Nothing's changed. Tire wear is the same. So let's go up to 3 here. That gives me a little bit more turn in. Let's run a little bit more bump stop range in the back here just to see if it goes. I think it's bouncing some, and let's just do that and see if it helps it go over some of the bumps. Okay, let's watch. What the speed is. That last one is a little bit better. $1 mile an hour. That's all we got out of that. 165 to 166. So again, you got to balance it because, I mean, gain 1 mile an hour, but I mean, you're losing on other places. You're going to lose. That's why it's still slower. I'm still losing by 0.3 because I'm losing it in other places of the track, especially that last sector. This sector here, right here, the car was pushing wide. Car still got to handle good, or it doesn't matter. Speed means nothing. And, we would have to run such a low wing to get any speed out of this. I mean, it would be ridiculous. Yeah, I might be all right on the straightaway, but everywhere else, the car would be trash. Not bad through there. I mean, again, it's more of a straightaway. So let's try this. Again, the race is tomorrow, so I mean, so I'm trying to.
Exit's clear. Don't cross the white line. Cold tyres, we need to get some heat into them.
Still doesn't want to turn real good. All right.
Sector 1 time is good.
Still losing time through there.
Sector 2 is 2/10 off your best. Sector 3 is 2/10 off your best.
Could do better going through there.
Sector 1 time is good.
Time through there. Tried something different. That didn't work.
Your tyre temps are all good. Sector 2 is 0.6 off your best. Off your best. That was a 218.57.
I don't know. It's just not doing it. It's just not performing.
Watch your speed limit in the pits. Your exit looks clear. Stay behind the line.
You too, Larry. Appreciate you stopping by. Hope you have a great new year also. I'm gonna put this on replay for these couple laps. I'm gonna go get a drink real quick, and I'll be right back. Alrighty. Yeah, mid corner doesn't look good, and I can't get on the gas earlier. Still 166. All right, well, back to the other one. Changes. Yes, you too, Manjo. Merry Christmas to you, to everybody, actually, and Happy New Year to everybody. Just joined me. Yeah, I agreed with you as far as the mid corner. It was pushing through the mid corner.
Intake 6 clear.
Trying something different. Do a few laps again, see what it does.
Sector 1's quick. Puts you 0.08, slower than your best. Sector 1 time's okay. 2/10 off your best in Sector 2. Sector 3 is a 10th off your best.
Need to do their better. Hang.
Second off your best. Sectors 1 and 2 are quick. Sector 3 time is fast. That lap was at 2:18.18.
That was pretty good up there that way, that time.
Sector 2 is 1/10 off your best.
Yeah, I just can't improve. Only hovering around that, but I can't. Try one more.
That puts you 0.12 off your best. Sectors 1 and 3 are good. Sector 2 is 1/10 off your best. That lap time was 2:18.30. Sector 1 time's okay.
Yeah,
Sector 3 time is quick.
that's near my best, but it's still not fast enough.
Sector 3 is yellow.
How do you tune what out? Not really understanding Coffee Junkie on what you're asking, but mid corner understeer. You got two different things that you can do that I look at is either the diff or sway bar. It's a combination of the two. I really wouldn't look at wing. It's mid corner. You really rather do it with the diff or the sway bar or both. It's a combination. Because what happens is mid corner, if you're getting it to understeer, what it's doing is you have the dip might be locking up too much, or you just don't have enough sway bar to get the car to rotate. So it could be, like I said, it could be one or the other or a combination of both. That's what I would do first. Of course, ride height makes a difference too, but I mean, I'm talking about mainly mid corner to off. So like if you're doing like mid corner and the cars just keep pushing, it doesn't want to turn. It's just wanting to push out and not finish the turn. That's what I'm talking about. You either got too much diff or you don't have enough sway bar or both. But if it's before mid corner and you're going in the corner and the car's just not turning, you're turning, but it's not turning, then it's usually it can be mostly it can be springs, it can be combination of springs, it could be a combination of ride height in the rear and front. The difference between the two. Not you need more weight up on the front and the rear jacked up more, that type of thing. If the car's pushing going into the corner and even into the mid, but I mean usually, like I say, mid and off is the diff and sway bar. More sway bar and less diff. You don't want more diff. You want less diff. So, like this, you would want to go, like on mine. If I was doing that, I would want to go down, take some diff out of the car, because what it's doing is the diff is locking up and faster, and what it's doing is when the tires lock up, they're both turning the same speed. It's wanting to push the car straight. Where when you're mid corner, you're wanting one wheel to rotate at a different speed than the other wheel. So you don't want the diff locked up. So that's what I'm saying is if your mid corner push, you got too much diff, and I would just do like a couple clicks at a time, or you don't have enough sway bar. You need to add sway bar or do combination of both. And you should see it respond. It'll rotate. You should see your time pick up. See here, it's tire wear is good. I mean, I really don't see anything wrong with tire wear here. I'll check Motec and see what it says on the shocks. Basically, I'm stuck it's like I've pretty much hit a wall and I can't get it to go any faster. Let's look at Motec. Doesn't look too bad, really. Close. But I didn't think it'd be too far. I didn't think it'd be too far off. Take a look at the replay. There's 165. But it's faster. Again, I just ran 217. So it is faster. I think if I really hit every single spot, I think I could do better than that. Because there were some mistakes for sure, but I think I could get into the another 10th or so. Still, I mean, it's not my personal best in the Porsche, but it's close. Yeah, I mean it's. I guess I just get used to it. I've been doing it so much that I guess I'm just used to it. But I mean, now there's so many different ways of. It's like there's no one great way. I mean, there's so many different things that you can do to make a car react. Whether it's the alignment of the car, the toe. Negative toe does basically turn in. The more negative toe you have, the more the initial turn in will be. Caster's more stability. Same thing with the rear with the toe. Pretty much seems like the less toe you have, the more it wants to rotate the rear. And of course, negative camber. Also, it's a again, it's the balance between the front and the rear. Course, electronics, TC is basically from going from corner in, and TC2, if it has TC2, is mainly from mid corner off, is basically how they work. Mechanical, of course, you get the anti-roll bar in the front that basically keeps the front solid as far as getting the two front tires to work equal as they can. And not putting heavy load on just one side or the other. But again, you got to balance that to where, depending upon the car, like the Porsche, you really want the car to stay as flat as possible, because the way the car is with the engine in the back, or towards the back, you need the car to stay as flat as possible. So you really need the car aero-wise to stay as flat as you can. So again, if you got too much sway bar though and you're turning, it won't turn. So that'll be a pretty obvious thing. Now, brake bias obviously is good for trail braking and also just braking in general, getting the car all as far as doing maximum on all four corners. Again, springs are, again, every car is different. Again, I like to run stiffer springs because that's the way the 1.9 physics is. Seems softer, doesn't seem bad, but it just doesn't seem. The performance is about equal, not too far off, but what I've noticed is later on in a stint, that's when you really see the difference, is when you have soft springs, it seems like it wears the tires out faster, and the car becomes becomes less stable, and you end up dropping time really bad when you have extra soft springs. Now, if you're, I'm talking about like from one extreme to another. I'm not talking about just maybe in the middle somewhere. I'm talking about if you're running really soft. Yeah, I mean, again, you're right. That's what I like. I mean, see, and that's again, sometimes my car, the way I like it, I like the car to be very drivable and raceable because think about it. You're racing. It's different from qualifying. Okay, qualifying, you hit every mark, you push it right to the max. You're not trying to get around anybody. You're hitting your line is your line. But when you're racing, you have to be able to go offline. You have to be able to outbrake somebody. You have to be able to, do those kinds of things. And it's not just one lap. It's for however long until you get a pit stop. So the car's got to be a lot more drivable to me than just an ultra hot lap. And so that's why I always try to have a car that feels better to drive. And to be honest, this is just my opinion. I think it's funner to drive that way. It's not fun to me when the car feels real bad, and you got to tiptoe everywhere. I like attacking corners. I like attacking the brake zones. I don't like having to brake early. I don't like having to, go around the corner just like you're driving in the rain or something because you got no downforce. I don't see. That's why everything I do is usually on the heavy side of downforce, and of course the physics go that way, and that's more towards real life. In real life, they don't take wing out. They're always looking to add more downforce without the drag. They don't want the drag, but they want downforce. And if they can get downforce, they'll do. That's why they come out with Evos that have more downforce. So they do something different with the car, the Aero, to get a little bit more downforce, because that's speed. The speed as far as on a straightaway is irrelevant. It's the speed that they get over a lap and over a stint. That's how you win races and win championships. Yeah, and curbs again. It's another. You're right. I mean, curbs again. Can you go over the curbs and not upset the car? So again, that's another. You know, how aggressive can you be over the curbs? And of course, some cars are better than others. So again, that's an advantage or disadvantage. Well, it depends what your set V. It depends on what what car you're in, and there's a lot of variables. I mean, that's not a terrible time at 148.6 if that's race pace. I mean, that's not terrible, but a lot of it depends on what car you're in. Um, I mean, in the Porsche, for example, I mean, I think I'd have to look, but I don't. I think I'm in the 47s in the Porsche, high 47s or something like that race pace. So, yeah, BMW usually does pretty good at Monza. I'd have to look at my times there also. Um, again, again, especially with this 1.9, even with Monza. I mean, a lot of cars, even the BMW, you don't want to run low wing. You want to run more in the middle or higher wing because speed is not going to be that big a difference. And you're going to gain speed. You're going to equal the same speed because you're going to be able to come off the corner faster. So that's where you might want to look. You might want to look at, instead of always saying, well, let's take wing out to try to go faster down the straightaway, you might need to look at it the other way. Maybe just add another click of wing or 2 clicks of wing, whatever you're in. But when you do that, adjust the car accordingly so you can get the car to handle better. So what happens is, let's say you're coming off a parabolica at the last corner there. You're going to be able to go through there so much faster that you're not going to lose any speed compared to running more wing than less wing. And but the thing is, when you go through the chicanes at Monza, everywhere else, you're going to pick up time there because the car is going to handle that much better. So then now, instead of running 148.6s, you're running 148 flats, race pace, and things like that, or 147s. That's again, a lot of people look at it by, I got to take wing out because I want to be faster on the straightaway at Monza, and that is not it. Again, you got to find the balance. But I mean, look at the AMG for example. The AMG, I'm almost running max. I'm running like 8 or 9 wing, almost near max, and I'm running my fastest times in the for the AMG doing that. So BMW is the same thing. BMW is going to be the same thing. You're going to be wing wise. You're going to be up there. You're not going to be running real low wing. At Monza, I always try to keep it at 27. Okay, the deal is you have a lot of straightaways. So what you have to do is it's going to cool the tires down and things like that, because you have a lot of so you got to watch your brake ducts to keep them as open as you have to. You don't want the brakes to overheat. So usually I run my brake ducts at like 3 or something like that most of the time. At Monza, almost in all the cars. And if it's really cold, maybe even 3 in the front and 2 in the rear, if it's like cold, because you're trying to keep heat in there. But you always want, basically, even if the tires get a teeny bit over 27, let's say they hit 27.1 or something like that, that's no big deal. You're not going to lose any performance. I'd rather run up, because you're gaining stability, and also the lower the pressure, the more heat the tire gets hotter. So what happens is you run lower pressure, you run more heat. If you have more pressure, the tire is more stable and less heat. So, and of course, you're running high speeds. It's easier for the car to go faster with a higher pressure tire than with a tire that's lower air. So again, you want to keep them right around 27. And it makes a big difference. If let's say you're running 26.2 or something like that, that's a big difference. Now, even if it's 27.2, I don't really worry about it if that's as high as it gets. If that's as high as it gets and it goes down from there, then I don't really worry about it. I mean, as long as it's right around that range, I leave it, because also you got to think about curbs. If you are heavy on curbs, if you run a low pressure, it's going to feed on itself. You're going to run over a curb, and then you're going to lose air pressure. So then the tires are going to go down some more. But if you keep them at 27 right near the top, they won't lose. You can run over the curbs and you won't lose any air. That's the way it is in ACC. You won't, because there's plenty of times where I wish I would lose some air and it won't. So, but if you're running down, if you're lower on air, that's when you got to be careful, because if you're running heavy on the curbs, even at Monza, you'll lose air. You're on controller? Well, I mean, I don't really know because I have never raced with the controller, but I mean, I know that a lot of guys do okay with it. But I mean, I know that it's a big difference once you go to a wheel. But I mean, anybody can be fast in anything, really. My son used to use a controller because he didn't have a wheel. And I sent him an old one of mine and sent him the pedals and pretty much the whole setup. And he couldn't believe it, the difference. I mean, he was just like, he was blown away. I mean, it wasn't a direct drive wheel. It was just it was a Club Sport 2.5 that I had laying around. And so I sent him all that and some pedals and everything else. He couldn't believe the difference. What do you mean? 10-minute race? What do you mean, like against the AI or something, you mean? Here's a BMW. So I don't even know what my time is. 2:18.4. So say that's not that big a difference from you. Only a few tenths. Oh, that's a Spa. I'm sorry. That's 147.4. There we go. Yeah, it's 147.46. So I mean, that's but I'm probably could even do better than that because, again, I'm always improving upon stuff, but I mean, that's probably when I was racing in the league. I was using the BMW as my car. So yeah, probably the setup that I posted on the video. I'm sure it's on there because, like I said, I always post the setups I have on that race, so I'm sure that's what it is. What it looks like. Yeah, I only have the one, so that should be it. Oh yeah, I remember this.
The track temp is 23. The air temp is 23 Celsius.
Yeah, I remember this. I remember this setup. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good setup. Yeah, I only have 4-wing on the BMW. So yeah, you could probably change this up to go more wing and go faster. But again, That's just the one setup I had for it. So you probably could go to a 5 or 6, something like that, and then lower this down. But I was trying to keep it consistent too. I mean, again, you know, these guys are running so fast, and I might not be as fast, but I'm trying to keep the car to run as fast from beginning to end. What do they have? A Monza? Weird. Oh, that. Somewhere, but I don't see it. Uh, Little ways down, I don't see it. 2JM? Is that what I'm seeing right? 2JM Racing. I don't see it. Maybe I'm blind or something. I'm not seeing it though. That's a J8 something. Got 24, 10, 15, 17. That it's got 18 drivers in it. 17. Got 0. That's weird.
Okay, no more cut track warnings. Okay, we'll give cut track warnings.
That's not. Are you on PC or are you on console? That's why. Yeah, we're not the same. That's why. Consoles, they don't crossplay. PC's by itself. It's a shame they don't, but they I guess it's just no way that they can do that. But I heard they were going to crossplay on the consoles, which is easier to, but I mean, I guess they just can't do it on PC to consoles. Remember what I got in the Porsche. That's my next race is at Monza in the Porsche for Pan Am. Running that car. Yeah, see 147.7 in the Porsche. So not as fast as I am in the BMW. But I'm still happy because I mean the Porsche is not known for its speed. Thank you, Coffee. Yeah, it's up to Kunos to do that kind of stuff, but I mean, they could crossplay. Like I said, I heard the consoles can play, but they can't with the PC. I don't know why. I mean, I'm not really an ET person, IT person, IT person. As far as I know enough to get me in trouble, but I mean, they just said it's just too complicated to do the PC and the consoles to be able to crossplay. But I thought I heard them say that the consoles can crossplay. You know, like Xbox, PlayStation, stuff like that. Again, if anybody didn't see it in the beginning, I mean, I did a race earlier in eSENIORS this afternoon, and of course, I did for the Bentley, and the setup will be in the description of this video and on my Discord, and a link to my Discord will be on this video also. And also, I made an announcement that in another week, if Chris Moses and I are doing a 6-hour endurance at Mount Panorama in a league race. So we're going to be doing that together. First time together doing that in a Ferrari. So of course I'll be running his setup because he's the lead driver. He asked me to do it in another league that I've never raced in before. But I mean, I think we're both decent, as far as pace, and especially at Mount Panorama. So I think that maybe we can do pretty good. I'll be curious to see how we can perform in the Ferrari, which is a good car. Should be good for Mount Panorama. And yes, I will be streaming it, and that's why I was making the announcement. Is I will be streaming. It's a 6-hour, like I said, at Mount Panorama. I'm gonna probably put out some more details as as the videos come out this week. Of course, I'm doing my race here at Spa tomorrow in the Porsche, and then, like I said, it's 9:30 in the morning here this time in Eastern Time, U.S. time. I think it's 9 or 9:30. It's something like that till 3 or 3:30, something like that. But 6 hours. Of course, what I'm going to have to do, because I think I have a race. I think I'll have to look for on eSENIORS. I think we have a race next week, our first race of the season, I think. But I'm going to have to we'll figure it out to where I can get out of it, so I can still do my race. Probably won't be worth a crap, but I'll do, so I can go to the first race of the season for my eSENIORS league. So it'll be fun. If anybody can join me, really be great to have everybody. I'm sure Chris will be doing a streaming too on his, but I'll definitely be doing it on mine too, and I'll stream it. I'll probably end up, to be honest, I'll probably stream it, and then depending upon how everything works with the race and eSENIORS, probably just go right into that, because I think the race is going to be right into that. So probably end up streaming a bunch. So I mean, a lot easier than recording, because you wouldn't a race that was 6 hours long, it would literally take forever to process that video. I mean, it would be ridiculous. YouTube is so slow. And of course, it'd take me a long time because I got to render it and all this other stuff. That would take time. But then on top of it, just to upload it to YouTube, it'd be so gargantua that, and time they process it to 4K. I mean, because since all my videos are in 4K, it would take forever. I mean, so it's a lot easier when you have something longer like that to stream it, and then you don't have to deal with it. Plus, it only goes to only bad thing, it only goes to 1440, but on streaming. So of course, I got to get ready for that race in Pan Am. Again, I'm gonna stick with the Porsche. It's not the fastest car by far. Now, Pan Am, they're using the LFM BOP. So that's the difference with them. Which, if you haven't seen my last race with them, I had a race at Donington Park a few weeks ago. I was sick. I missed their last race, which was at Zandvoort, because I was sick and I just wasn't feeling good. And I didn't want to drain myself so much to where I would have had to been out of work. It was so hard to do work as it was, since I was sick. So I just didn't do it. I just missed out, unfortunately. But I should be able to do this next race, which is at Monza. Porsche, like I said, I'm in the Porsche. But I did have it was a good race at Donington Park, and those guys are really fast in Pan Am. So no, of course they're using the LFM BOP, so that's what's kind of nice. I think there's a lot better mixture of cars with the LFM BOP. I think you got some Aston Martins and some Hondas and some other stuff. So there's a little bit more mixture of cars there, which is I always like that. I like seeing all the different cars, whether you like a Nissan or the Bentley or whatever. But of course, in the eSENIORS, the race tomorrow at Spa is LFM BOP, but the season 11 coming up is not going to be, as far as I know, as of right now. Today, from what they said, they're going to just stick with the normal ACC BOP. So, of course, I'm still waiting. I know it's like everybody else. I'm waiting for the next update, DLC, to come out. I'm sure there'll be an update to go with it, and the DLC with the GT2 cars, which are some on there that looks really interesting. The Maserati, which sounded really good. The Porsches, especially the Club Sport, the GT2 RS Club Sport, that looked pretty cool. I'm really kind of interesting to see how they drive. So again, there'll be interesting cars to see just how they work. So I'm hoping that it'll be a good update and a good DLC that comes out. I'm really anxious for that. Yeah, doesn't it? I think it does. I agree with you. I agree with you, Coffee Junkie. It sounded good. I think they said it was a 6-cylinder too. I think that's what they said. I don't know. I haven't looked the car up, but I think it looks good too. I think it looks nice. I mean, the Maserati, I think pretty sure they run Ferrari engines. I'm pretty sure, but I mean, as far as it looks, I think it looks great. It looks really nice. So for a GT2 car looked really good. The Audi looks all right. I don't know. I almost like the Evo looking better than the GT2 car. It just doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me. But again, they'll all be good. I'm sure. I'm just kind of curious if anything else is going to come out with it, or just the GT2 cars. That's what I thought. I thought it was the same as a 296, but I wasn't sure, so I figured they said it was a 6-cylinder. And I mean, I know that that's the same engine that they're running in the prototype. So the engine in the prototype, that runs in WEC and things like that, and IMSA or whatever, all those stuff. That's the same motor that's in the 296, just tuned up a little bit. So I mean, I guess it sounds like really a good engine as far as reliability, what it can put out, and all those kinds of things. It sounds like a pretty daggum good engine. So, but yeah, it sounded good. I thought it sounded really good in the Maserati. I thought that's going to be an interesting car for sure. So yeah, I'm like all of you. I'm pretty much dying of thirst as far as for something to come out for ACC. Since they don't really come out with much that often as far as updates or things, I'm sure anxious for them to come out with something. I'd like to see them come out with something to balance, for BOP, just to balance things out a little bit better. And also come out with they never even came out with the 2023 end of the year stuff. This is the first year they've never done that. So they must be waiting to do that too. That's what I'm thinking. Is they're going to come? They're going to come out in January, the GT2, and then the update. They're going to get all the updated 2023 season, because they usually do that at the end of that year. So Yeah, I mean, and that's I hope there is not an end to the game. I mean, I know there are not going to be as many updates and things, but I mean, I hope that they don't. There's too many things. I mean, look at all the stuff that's coming out. There's so many new GT3 cars coming out that are in the wings, getting done, and it's not getting less popular. It's getting more popular. So I really hope that that's not. I know AC2 is going to take up a lot of resources, and I get that, but I mean, I sure would be nice to see, once they get it pretty set, that they can sit there and just do things at a slower pace, but still keep adding and doing things to the to ACC. I hope, because AC2, that's going to be more. I don't think that's going to be more oriented on a wide variety of different cars and things like that, and tracks and whatever, kind of like the original. It's not going to be really focused on GT3 or anything like that. Yeah, Mustang. I mean, I really hope that they do, because I want to see ACC come out with the Mustang and come out with the Corvette, and I mean, there's so many cars coming out. I mean, I hope that I think it's, in my opinion, I think they'd be crazy to stop. I mean, it still can make money. I mean, every DLC they come out with, add more cars. People are going, they're going to buy it. So, it's, to me, it's still the ultimate GT3 game, simulation as far as I'm concerned. Everybody else is, a lot better now than what they used to be. But I mean, it's still, if everybody wants to play GT3, wants GT3 cars and things like that, I mean, it's pretty much what to go off of is ACC. I want the Vet too. I mean, that's another great. I think it's gonna be a great sounding car. Another naturally aspirated car. Oh my! I mean, all the cars always coming out are always turbo cars. I can't wait. I love. I always favor the naturally aspirated cars because they sound so good. Whether it's the AMG, whether it's this Porsche, the Lamborghini, I always like that. I more favor them because I just think they drive a little better, and they sound great. So you get all the sound to go with it. The Corvette would be that same way. So is the Mustang, though. So again, the Mustang would be the same way. Another naturally aspirated car. So again, I'd like to see them come out with these cars and not just stop when really it seems like all this, World Challenge and all this stuff going on is really just building up steam and getting more and more. So I hope they don't. And of course, you heard LFM dropped R Factor 2. So R Factor 2 is now off of LFM. So of course they have, the AC. So that's bigger than R Factor 2 by a long way anyway. Really bigger than most everything, pretty much. So hopefully they'll do good with that. But I guess, it just wasn't doing as good as they needed it to do. So they just pretty much stopped it. Well, I'm really happy for the Bentley and the race earlier, but I'm really kind of disappointed I can't get any more speed out of this Porsche. I probably will try to work on it some more before the race to see if I can do some more, but I wish I could gain a little bit, just a couple more tenths to get the car like in the mid to higher 217s solid as a race pace. If I could do that, I mean, I still know that that's not fast enough, but at least I know it could compete up near the front. But it's really tough. That's when you get down to those last, trying to get a couple tenths out of something, sometimes it gets really, really, really hard because you just can't. You've tried so many things, and I mean, it's the fastest I've ever run with the Porsche by a long way. I've never run this fast with any Porsche, any even in the 1.8 or 1.7 or 6, any of the other updates. If I was running 219s, I was doing good. Now I'm actually running 217s with this update. So I mean, I'm doing so much better in the Porsche, but I mean, it's struggle to get a 217, and it's usually, like I said, a 217.9 is like the best I can do, and that's that's not like every lap. That's like hitting it once or something. That's really I need a good 2 or 3 more tenths. But again, I hope you guys will join me for next Saturday as far as that stream will go, and of course I will try to relay any information to be more exact at the time and things like that. But I'm really hoping it'll be a good race. Mount Panorama usually doesn't disappoint, and of course I really I don't know the competition. I'm sure it'll be really strong, but I think Chris Moses and I are both pretty strong there at Mount Panorama. So 6 hours is a long time. So I mean that's the longest race I've ever been in, especially just for 2 people. There's a lot of times you'd have 3 for that. So 2 people for 6 hours. I mean, each one of us got to drive 3 hours at that place. That'll wear you out. So, but I'm looking forward to it. It's a good challenge, and it's a fun track, and I like it. So again, you got to race the track, not just the competitors, because you got to survive. You too, Coffee Junkie, and again, I hope you all check us out. Give me a like and subscribe if you could on the way out. I really appreciate it if you haven't subscribed, and I have my Discord link in the description below. I'll put that in later, and of course, I'm going to wrap it up. Go get some dinner, and I hope you all have a great night. And again, to all of you, Happy New Year. I hope everybody has a safe and Happy New Year, and your family too. And I hope you come back and visit again another time. Y'all take care. See ya.